yes, please remind me. Please remind me. I will completely forget. I have... I... Ah! 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 Oh my god, just hit! Just hit! Oh my gosh, yes! Oh my gosh, yes! Oh! Oh! No. Why isn't it dodging when I tell it to dodge? I did it! I did it! Meant like the clip command. Not really too much, is there? No. 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 Oh my god, I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it!
A rose called by another name, a smile just as sweet. Just as a bitch, no matter what their name falls before me in defeat. A rose called by another name, a smile just as sweet. Just as a bitch, no matter what their name falls before me in defeat.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. And thank you, and oh, I'll have to follow you back. Remind me to follow you back after the match, please. Or I will absolutely forget. Corbin, you too, please remind me, to follow you afterwards. I will completely forget. Then something right in front of me. Why? 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 Why?
I always wanted to play a Beastmaster, but that was so risky.
Oh! Oh! Clip that! Clip that! Clip that! Ha! Nope. Okay. Can I fall down? No. And this is the window that I was trying to get into. How do you get in there? Do you just open the door? I'm gonna make the
Meant like the clip command. Not really too much, is there? Not them! I don't care about the wings! Shit! Shit! No! Please, no! Did I do it? Oh my god, I did it! Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh! Just hit. Just hit. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh. Oh. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And thank you. And oh, I'll have to follow you back. Remind me to follow you back after the match, please, or I will absolutely forget. Corbin, you too. Please remind me to follow you afterwards. I will completely forget. Then something right in front of me. Why? 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 Must be awesome because bam, Prestige 2 Trapper.
Sun Bros for life?
Sun Bros for life.
Hold on, I gotta restart the game because for some reason, even though it's at 1920 by 1080, it's sitting here like stretched out on my screen while you guys can see it normally. Todd, hello, how are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing fantastic. Graup, hello, how's your day going? Where is it? Try this again. Well, Crafty's getting a new car battery right now. And I'm trying to figure out why Elden Ring is super stretched on my screen, even though it's at 1920 by 1080. The day itself has gone pretty nice. Okay, there we go. Wait, hold on. Now, see it, I don't know why it's defaulting to that. What the hell is going on? There we go. There we go. Now it's all working. Bam. You know what? I'm gonna discuss something that I was talking with people on Twitter about today. Because it was fucking dumb, in my opinion. This post said something like, it showed like a person in a wheelchair in Dungeons and Dragons, and then a person in a wheelchair in Star Trek, and they're just like, from a essentially like a cripple's point of view, this is like the best form of inclusion. And I was like, are you insane? No, it's not. I was like, where in a world where you could be instantly healed of your disability would you not want to be cured? Like, tell me one cripple, if you walked up to them, right, and said, hey, I can literally say a few words, wave my hand, and you will be you will have a fully functioning body, and they would be like, no, I love myself this way. Like, who would... There's not a person on the planet who would be like, nah, man, I'm good. It's gotta be pandering. It's almost... It's not even pandering. It's insulting, in my opinion. It's like, yes, in Star Trek there are some things, right, that come... that you are going to be disabled with because they still haven't found a cure for it. Look at Geordi. He's still blind, but they have prosthetics and stuff like that for him. There are some species who come from, like, lower gravity worlds, and they basically have to sit in a chair, or they have to use some kind of exoskeleton to move around. In Dungeons and Dragons, they can literally just artifice you up some prosthetic limbs, or just fucking heal you. But in no universe would somebody say, oh man, I could have my legs functioning again? That'd be terrible. You know? Why would I want fully functioning legs? Oh, I don't know. Not to be a burden to your adventuring part. Imagine, like, you have something like, hey guys, we have 2 rogues, right? They have equal stats, equal magic gear, equal everything, but this one here is in a wheelchair. Which rogue do you think you would pick? I know I would pick the one that could, I don't know, climb the stairs. Or, you know, do something silly like, I don't know, something really silly like kneel in front of a lock that needs to be picked. I'm weird like that, though. I would like my companions to be, you know, fully functioning. It's like whenever they say stuff like that, it's almost like they think they're sending the right message, but they don't really understand what they're actually doing. Which is saying, it's like nobody's upset about somebody being in a wheelchair. You can't help if you're in a wheelchair, right? You know, this is not something you want, it's something you live with. So it kind of like baffles me whenever they're like, oh man, this needs to be represented in universes where it can be actually fixed. And then like they posted the screenshot of the guy in, I think it was Picard's trial, and he's like in this full thing because he was so messed up from an explosion that his entire body was essentially destroyed. He can't even talk. He basically has to kind of like will his thoughts through. And they're like, oh man, he's an example of a disabled person. No, he's an example of somebody whose body was completely and utterly fucking destroyed by some kind of weapon. I'm sure if you asked him, he'd love to be perfectly functioning again. Like, he'd be like, nah, man, I love my life so much better now that I'm in this quasi-catatonic state. I don't think the people who do those things realize how insulting they're being. to the people that they're claiming to kind of like advocate for. It's like, how tone deaf are you? Grop, what do you think about the drip? I think we've got a nice outfit going on here. Pretty solid. Does he have anything we really want? Not really. There's a couple of little, like, stone swords and stuff like that, but other than that... Alright, we gotta clear out all the enemies. Or not all the enemies, all the what am I trying to think of? Bosses. Elden Ring difficulty versus Souls. I've beaten Elden Ring twice. I honestly... Okay, so I think Elden Ring is the most accessible, but not the easiest. I think when it comes to boss fights, Elden Ring is far more difficult than any of the Souls games. But I think that because it's so accessible and that you can kind of take your time and build your character up and get gear that you want to get before really encountering most of the game, that people think it's easier. But I don't think that translates well. It's not easier, it's... I'm trying to think of a better... It's just more accessible. Which is not the same thing. Where is the second one? Oh, wait, it was up front. Yeah, that's exactly, Grop. Like, they're saving up to be able to afford the healing spell. And that's all well and good. But what you wouldn't do is take that character on an adventure in a dungeon. While you're waiting. You'd be like, all right, man, you're sidelined. You're out of the party, at least until we can get you healed up. Exactly. Is your dungeon wheelchair accessible? No, bitch. That's the whole fucking point. It's difficult to get through even for people who know how to, who are fully capable of getting through it. That's the fucking point. It's just like, I don't understand. Like, Star Trek has the... Like, you can make the better arguments for Star Trek, but even then, it's still, like... You know, they only have those things because they haven't figured out how to, like, fully heal them yet. So, yeah, okay, fine. That's all well and good. But what you don't see, right, is you don't see people in positions of responsibility in a wheelchair. Why? Because even Starfleet knows we need you to be, you know, to get up off your ass and get around the ship if, you know, action needs to be taken. Starfleet doesn't put people in positions where they're going to fail just because, you know, your legs don't work. like Jordy's the best example you can get from anybody, and Jordy has something that helps him see. In dozens of different spectrums. Look at Joker. Look at Joker in Mass Effect. He's the perfect example. It's like, all right, he's got what? Brittle bone syndrome. But what's his job? His job is sit at that fucking chair and drive the ship. Oh, by the way, an AI is going to help you a good bit of the time too. What happened the one time they got boarded? When Joker... The one time they got boarded, what did Joker do? He hobbled his ass through back halls and stuff like that. Even he knew that his disability wasn't going to be saving the day. Exactly. He broke a few bones just walking there. It's like, he can be a really good pilot, and you know what? They put him in the exact position that he needed to be in. Sit down, just steer. Press some buttons. There was a reason every other person on that ship that you could talk to, you could take on a mission. Oh. The message is more powerful than my combat inputs. I hate that. But anyone else on that ship you could talk to, you could take onto a combat mission. Not Joker. Why? Because no one wants the cripple in combat. Is he a great guy? Absolutely. Funny as hell. Everybody loves Joker. Was he someone you wanted on a combat mission? No. To be fair, she was also really old. Okay, I could have swore I hit the dodge button, but... Okay, I could have swore I hit the dodge button, but... Alright, am I allowed to... Nope. Wow. Dodge button's just not one to work for me today. Jesus Christ. Why am I trying to dodge this guy? At all? Crazy. Well, you don't... Like, the old lady was the ship's doctor. You don't take the doctor onto combat missions unless you have like an actual field doc, and she's not a field doctor. It just upsets me. Like, yeah, it's like there is representation. Yeah, you also don't take the pilot, but then again, that being what am I trying to think of? A Spectre. Well, technically a Spectre ship at that point. You might take the pilot if the pilot didn't have brittle bone syndrome. Because remember, the ship has to be flown 24/7. You're out in space. They don't have just one pilot. Joker's just the lead pilot. What's his name? You do take one of the pilots. Frickin'... Nobody likes him. Cortez? No. No, Cortez was cool. In the first game, and I'm forgetting, he's like one of your actual like mainline companions. He's the male human whose name I can never remember. He's one of the two that can die. Caden, yes, thank you. Caden's one of the pilots. You can take Caden on every single mission. You don't take Joker, because Joker's crippled. Caden, however, is a fully functioning individual with biotic powers. Caden Alenko. Now that you say his name, I can remember his entire name. Yep. Because he's a, he gets them because he's a Generation 2 biotic, and the implants that they gave them didn't mesh well with human biology. Whereas Shepard, if Shepard is a biotic, is an L3. I liked Caden more than Ashley as well, but he gets so much hate from the community, and I don't know why. And I guess it's just because he's just. I wouldn't say that Ashley is racist. Racism stems from a lack of understanding and ignorance. Ashley has a genuine reason to not like Turians. Her parents fought in the First Contact War. Jump down here. Her parents fought in the First Contact War, and a lot of them got seriously injured. So you can say she has a genuine grievance against Turians. What the fuck? Really? That's supposed to be a safe drop down. Oh well, I'll just run around. He doesn't have a vagina. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's probably true. Exactly. And that, I can almost guarantee you, that colored her entire family's... which, honestly, her grandfather did the right thing. But no one wants to be the first to surrender to something new. So I wouldn't say that I would say that her dislike for Turians and aliens in general is understandable. It's not ignorant or misplaced. Because there's still a lot of anti-Turian sentiment in the Alliance, just because they're the ones that the Alliance fought first. If it had been the, like basically any other race, that's the race that would still have anti-insert race here sentiment going on with it. Where is the drop down that's safe here? God fucking damn it. Really? I'm gonna get pushed off again. Can I swing my weapon, please? Am I allowed to swing my weapon, please? Thank you. Because all I need to do is fucking swing my weapon. And these guys stop being an issue. There we go. Thank you for the permission. honestly, see, like, the humans did a really good job even against the Turians, and the Turians are like the military faction. So I think if the humans had fought the Asari first, you probably would have seen a better showing on the humans' part. The Asari would have had to probably really incorporate a lot of their what am I trying to think of? Their commando forces to beat the humans. How do I keep fucking missing this hit? Like... There we go, thank you. I have to wonder what that would look like, though, if humans encountered the Asari first. There's a safe drop down here. Where is it? You think they would have gone the, I guess we can call it the Shatner route? Maybe it's this. Hold on. Nope. Dead. Okay. Where's the safe? Is it that little nook right there? Maybe. We all miss old BioWare. But we'll never get it back. But that's what I mean when, like, people try and, like, point out things about certain game characters and stuff. It's like, no, is Ashley racist? No, she's not at all. She has an understandable reason for not liking Turians. But people just see her basically dogging on aliens and not trusting them and not taking into context the reason behind her distrust. Let's see. Now we got another one around here somewhere. Where are you? There you are. Oh, there we go. I caught him. But Ashley's like the perfect example almost of what people hear and how they translate it into how they like judge a person. Caden, I think, is like a really dry individual, but he's like, it's just because he's got like he talks so softly like this, and people think it's because he doesn't really have a personality. It's not because he doesn't have a personality, it's because he has a constant fucking migraines, and he's trying to keep things down low. He's trying to keep things chill for himself. Which, if you had constant migraines, you would too. But because he talks almost monotone, people think he's uninteresting. It surprises me the amount of people who dislike Caden just because of his voice and have never considered the fact that he's talking like that, because, you know, 24/7 migraines, essentially. They don't realize, like, how awesome Caden's written personality and written and voice acting are. They don't even acknowledge things like, what is it? Tali Zora's transition from immature, inexperienced individual to someone who's willing to actually take a stance on issues, or someone willing to take a stance on issues now. Because if you go and look at Tali Zora and the way she talks and interacts with Shepard the entire first game, she's more of a, wow, this is really cool. Hey, do you mind if I do this? Is it okay if I do this? I'm not really sure if this is permissible. And changes throughout the series to, you know, I'm going to be doing this. This is what's going to happen. You know, stuff like that. She's more direct. Because she's been hanging out with Shepard for a while, and that personality has kind of rubbed off on her. And B, she's been put in positions of responsibility, and she knows she has to take all of that, take charge, and she has to commit to decisions. Tali is the best girl, yes, in that series, I think. Still shy about 28,000. Okay. Tolly goes down on my, or not Tolly, sorry, Jack goes down on my list because they take Jack away from you in part 3. The reasoning doesn't matter. Jack, any character that you can't romance continuously into part 3 goes down on my list. Not because I don't like them, but because it's not, it's just, it detracts from the way that they can grow together. Jack does end up being a great teacher. I will say, I will agree with that. It's not too surprising, really. I mean, she was abused as a child and most of her adult life. So she, when looking after children, she wants to make sure that that does not happen to anybody else. It's almost optimal for her to be a teacher. She's gonna make sure that those kids are treated right. I've done it a few times. I was wanting to see how I could manage that fight without the, what is it, the weapon art? Because last time trying out that fight as a mage, I kind of wanted to compare it as a melee. That's why I just tossed a few fireballs just to see what kind of damage they did to it, and then just started going in. And that was one-handed damage too. Alright, we gotta find the queen in here. Here we go. Swords are working good for me. I've got to get used to the timing of the swings though, so that I can time my dodges. I need to learn the dodge times. Is there a dungeon around here, or is it just that queen that makes it... It's got to be the queen that makes it a thing, because I've never seen a dungeon around here. Oh, that's not there now. Okay. Oh, you mean on the weapon art? Yeah. I like it. I didn't know if they would give you more flasks over time as the difficulty goes up in New Game Pluses. I haven't been paying attention to it that much. I didn't know it just health stole off of normal hits. That's actually cool. I'm still, like, especially in Elden Ring, learning melee in Elden Ring is a little bit more hectic than learning it in the Dark Souls games where things were slower. So I'm still kind of, like, focusing on timing and stuff. Haha, great sword. Ba-dum. So pun not intended, but appreciated. Hold on just a second, I gotta check this. There's always a rat. Is Dragonfire good enough? I guess. He would have been like the perfect guy to do the weapon art on. Dang. Missed an opportunity there. Oh well. Yeah, we're gonna be clearing all the bosses. And I think we're just gonna be going through the main game. I don't think I'm gonna do the DLC this time around. There we go. That is also a boss I can kill with fire. Alright, there's 2 more bosses in the area. So 1 dungeon boss and the tree sentinel. Ooh, wait, no, there's also that big giant that I take the teleporter to. There we go. I guess we'll go to the teleporter first. Since we're already down here. Then the Erd Tree. Then the dungeon boss. Which I can't remember what the dungeon boss in this in that dungeon is. Hello. Oh no! A trap! Who could have guessed? Me? No. I don't know what you're talking about. That was completely surprised me. How? You mean the one that takes you to the little cave that has all the insects in it? And they use their stupid string spell? Not that I know what you're talking about. Of course. What's that? That's actually an interesting point. I mean, apart from the day, like, well, we got our snow in, like, I think February of last year. I think it was February, maybe late January. A smooth fight for sure for once. I make this look like I know what I'm doing, which is a dangerous precedent to set. Can't remember what it was in here, but I remember I do remember I didn't get it last time. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Okay. There we go. This is the spot with all the archer skeletons. Rub my eyebrow real quick. Bam! We're doing pretty good, I think. There we go. Oh, I noticed the red stuff now. Okay, I see it. Oh my god, do you know what I watched last night? I watched Black Phone 2 last night. It was such hot garbage. Just absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. That was a movie that got the Hellraiser treatment. And when I say it got the Hellraiser treatment, right, what I mean is that they didn't realize how popular Black Phone was going to be, and because they didn't already have a script ready for it, and they wanted to capitalize on the on the popularity, they took a script that wasn't Black Phone, or wasn't written for Black Phone, and just tweaked it a little bit to have to kind of like quasi fit the lore of the movies. It was so fucking bad. Like, just terrible. Terrible. Because I don't know if you watched Black Phone, but you know, the killer dies at the end. Spoiler, by the way. And like, in the sequel, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, he came back from hell and is now kind of like a ghost demon. Ooh. He's basically like Freddy, is kind of basically what they were saying. And it's like, you should have just let the movie alone. Let it be its own little cult classic. Just, but no. Somebody said they wanted to capitalize on it, so they capitalized on it. And it turned out as bad as you can think. It's one of those movies where I'm just like, I hope that was worth your artistic integrity. Because I thought Black Phone was really good. Yeah, let's go. Oh, nice. There we go. But what they did to it with that movie, just... I don't know if I would go and see another movie by the same person again. Because in my head, I'm just like, is this going to be Black Phone or is this going to be Black Phone 2? The 50-50 is not worth my money. You know? The bird spawns near the campsite as well, doesn't it? Yeah, it spawns like right over this way, I think. Was it over here? Wait, I think it's on the other side of the wall. Either that or it's daytime now. Let's just wait till night. Could have sworn it was like right over this way though. Okay, yeah, there it is. Cool. Dang. Okay. There we go. Just didn't go far enough. Good to know. They do seem to be a bit more dynamic than the sorceries, don't they? Come over here real quick and grab these two things. 'Cause I don't think I grabbed them last time. There we go. Mochi, hello! How are you doing today? Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope everything's going great for you. Do you need help getting over that addiction? Ah, nice. Hold on to this for me, buddy. There we go. Man, I took so long to kill all of this stuff the first time I played Elden Ring. I remember it. Like, just this courtyard was a slog for me. I remember it very vividly. Oh darn, I don't have any mana for it. It's okay. Down the elevator to the underground portion. I was playing a masterpiece. Dude, I had the kind of same experience. I found that elevator by accident and just started, just went down it. And it just opened up into that entire new world with an entire new, like, just visual flair. And the change in environment was just like, bam. So you say that, Grop, but I don't trust myself. The horrors of teleporting. Oh my gosh. The first, the trapped one in the lake. With the sending you to that freaking cave that has the insect guys that use the web spells or whatever, the string spell. I hate that thing. Oh my gosh. I was caught there for at least half an hour almost. on my first playthrough. Something like that. There's nothing up here worth going to get. That might not necessarily be true. Hold on. There we go. That's like a minor skip. Okay. What? Get down. No, that was the climb up. Okay, never mind. Get down. I just don't trust myself not having the potions, honestly.
I'm Edgar. Well, you can see how menial they gave me good service. Foul creature. I'm sorry, but whatever you come in, take this. I see. Thank you. But I can't, even if they can, sure that if you see her father will come.
Okay, so we need to... What do we do now? We go... Oh, the back way down the castle to get the one boss. But I think I'm starting to look like an actual Souls-like player. I think my combat is starting to look like an actual Souls-like player. Am I a beat Elden Ring in 5 hours player? Hell no. But I think I'm I'm looking like a competent player now instead of just somebody who's like, oh my god, freaking out at every little thing. Like I used to, admittedly. Uh-oh, hold on. Be right back. Alright. Where'd these things even come from? Sorry, I had to answer the work phone. And the guy's like, hey, we just got there, but it seems to be closed. Are you open? We're open by appointment. Oh, okay, so I need to make an appointment? Yes, that's what that means. Do like this real quick. Get the drop down. Yeah, baby. And we don't sit there just randomly waiting for people to come in to want to do an escape room. Escape rooms by and large are by appointment. It's a pretty solid industry standard. It's kind of like a movie. You know, you don't just walk into a theater and be like, I'm gonna watch this right now. I wouldn't mind going back and replaying DS2. DS2 was fun. Its biggest problem was not leading the player properly. Other than that, I think that's its biggest issue, is that it just didn't want to, like, even guide the player as to where to go next. And I can guarantee you, the one, like, I probably would have put the game down if I didn't know that you had to, like, go back to the spider's lair and touch that one random rock to continue what you were doing. Like, I would have put the game down because I wasn't going to spend, like, 30-something hours looking for that. Like, who would have thought about that, right? Like, if I had played it when it originally came out, I was just like, yeah, I put the game down after the spider boss. Why? I didn't know what to do. Oh, you had to go and touch that rock. What fucking rock? You know, the one right behind the spider boss. It's the rock at the back of its cave, not all the other ones. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I can clearly see how that was the logical next step. Oh wait, no, I can't. Okay. Your jump attacks are good. God damn. Am I allowed to attack? There we go. Right? Like I think that was their biggest flaw, is that they just did not give the player enough information. You shouldn't take pride in a game that the difficulty is knowing what to fucking do. I watched a little bit on like how they had basically an entire game ready, and then something happened where a new director or something like that had to come in, and he basically scrapped the entire thing, and they had to start over, and they were already close to deadline. Okay, so that's... Okay, we gotta go and talk to that guy one more time. Like, yeah, that's... I saw that little tidbit too after the fact, but, you know, it's like, that little bit is fine, but telling the player that they, you know, like, just... Like, that's the best example I can give, really. But the whole game is kind of rife with it, is... How are you supposed to know to touch that rock? The answer is you're not. There's nothing that tells you to touch the rock. How did I miss that? No. There's very little in the game that's actually intuitive. The only thing, like, that's the biggest thing. That's why it went down in my tier list. So I would play it more often. Like, I guess once you've learned all the, like, random shit you're supposed to do, it's fine. But that's, you know, that shouldn't be necessary to play the game the first time. You should be able to intuit from information given what to do. Okay, bye. Hey guys. We're almost ready to go to the castle.
I'm in there keeping the sword. I'm no longer safe. Thanks to you devote my remainer as I only hope. Thanks to you and devote my remainer as I only hope.
And the worst part is they updated it right. Wait, did they?
How could this be? My daughter default right. Oh, the foul will hunt them, rest assured. Oh, the foul will hunt them, rest assured.
Okay, we gotta go do this little bit first. But we're getting there. We're getting closer. Like, if they I would really like to see them, like, do the Dark Souls trilogy, bring it up to Elden Ring visual standards and Elden Ring combat standards. Like, just remaster the trilogy that way. Not even remaster, remake the trilogy that way. Take away adaptability because that was fucking dumb. I don't mind the enemies not respawning anymore. I think that made an interesting, like, quality of life sort of thing for people. Oh, okay. Ow. God damn. Like, homie's got, like... Okay. I could have swore I haven't hit this bitch yet. What? Oh, I've been hitting I've been hitting the knight, but not the. I've been hitting the horse, but not the knight. There we go. I think they saw it as an accessibility solution. You know, if you're failing that much, like I did that, not even intentionally really, but I did that. I hit that cap in the smelter, the area up to the smelter demon. But I honestly think if they remastered the Dark Souls trilogy, brought the combat and the graphics up to Elden Ring standards, and put in just a little bit more effort into guiding the player through the games, I think you would find that Dark Souls 2 would become probably one of the fan favorites.
Servant to the true order and celebrate. Well, in spite of all my good untarnished, I want you to be knight. What do you wish? My four. Oh, I fret not, sir.
I think that's why I'm glad I waited so long to play them, because I can actually look at them and just go, okay, this is objectively good, this is objectively bad. I can see what some people might like about this, but I can also see, like, how things just, they didn't work even in the long run. I think at least as a player, I benefited from not playing them right away. Because even Dark Souls 1 had cinematics that showed you kind of where to go. Like, this is kind of what you're looking for. You know? Where's my gestures? Oh. Where's the snap? There it is.
Who goes there? Carly's. The name's Blood. He fled somewhere. Come tell me if I can offer you. Darrowell, I'm in need of a Darrowell is in need of a figure.
Okay, do we just go down? Let's just come over here real quick and be like, yeah, I already killed him. If people ask me which one to play first, I would probably tell them play Elden Ring first. You know, beat Elden Ring. Not necessarily the DLC, but just beat Elden Ring first. Then go back and play the Dark Souls games. Because you're going to play the Dark Souls games and you're going to be like, this was hard? How?
Had to work for it, but it's done, so not. Oh yes, if you venture north, tell him I sent. He'll be sure I owe you one, I reckon.
Or what I might say is play Dark Souls and then play Elden Ring. Honestly, I think if I had started with Dark Souls, like if I started just like, okay, we're gonna start trying Souls games, I'm gonna start with Dark Souls itself, I don't know if I would do that bad. Just because Dark Souls is really slow combat when you get into it. Like, that was the first thing I noticed. It's like the combat was slow, and I was wondering if it like got faster or anything like that. And the answer was no, it never got faster. That was just the combat. I don't know if you guys remember me remarking on that, but that's one of the first things. Is it's just like, this is, compared to Elden Ring, this is really, really slow and easy. And I had that same opinion all the way through Dark Souls 3. It's like, all of this is just slower. The only ones that really reminded me of Elden Ring were that one cold boss in Dark Souls 3, and then Nameless King in Dark Souls 3. Those are the only two that reminded me of anything of Elden Ring. But I think Elden Ring does a really good job of showing players how to engage with the mechanics. I think where Elden Ring fails mostly, and this is just a personal opinion, I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, I think Elden Ring fails in promoting the item improvement systems and item alteration systems. That's where I think Elden Ring fails, where like something like Dark Souls succeeded, or Dark Souls 2 succeeded. The biggest problem they have still, I think, with Elden Ring, or yeah, with their series and the item modification systems, is that there's no explanation in it. You kind of have to glean guesses and hope that you're doing it right. Like if I played these day one and I had not had people able to guide me, be like, yeah, just, you know, use this to make this kind of weapon or something like that, I would have probably fucked over my entire playthrough trying to improve weapons that I didn't need to bother taking time to improve. Wow, really? Wow, really? There we go. Hey, homie. But I really do think that's still the weakest part of the games, is the item modification systems. Which is really sad, because I really like modifying my weapons and modifying my gear to work for my build and not modify my build for my weapons and gear. I like that different aspect that you can do that. I just don't like that they are so terrible at making it understandable. Like, you can't be that bad at it. You've had 4, 5, 6, 7 games now to work at it? Dude, are you throwing blood at me? Like a dick? Working on getting a bossel in my old game and try to make it better, so I'm gonna have to bonfire aesthetic it. Like, see, like, stuff like that. I wish... what they acknowledged was that your gear, and people look at gear and they literally look at the gear. They don't look at the stats for the most part. They look at the gear and be like, yeah, that's badass. I want my character to wear that. Okay, let's make a system where I can make this plate armor lighter so that maybe a character without as much endurance could wear it. I sacrifice poise, I sacrifice weight, but I can still wear it. Now, it might become something like high-end or medium-end light armor, but I still get the look that I'm going for. And I, like, when it comes to... And I know you can go into, like, the sub-menus to get the information, but if I'm trying to actively, like, my first playthrough in Elden Ring, right? I didn't understand any of the item modification information. Like, not one bit of it. People were trying to explain it to me and it just did not click. To be honest with you. And they're like, oh yeah, an enchanted weapon does this, and, you know, this weapon does that. And I'm just like, okay... What is that? I don't know what that means, because obviously it's my first time playing through those games. And then, like, if you go to modify a weapon and you make it enchanted, it should just say makes weapon, like, just has something that says, just a little pop-up. When you go and put it on enchanted, it just says makes weapon scale with intelligence. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just a little pop-up right there. Makes weapon scale with intelligence. And you'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Makes weapon scale with faith. Makes weapon scale with strength.
Well done. I knew I are. Go ahead. Right then. I've much to do. What's that look then? Uneven, which is why just you want. Would you like to... I see bright. Enter into my hollows. What say you? Very well. I knew. I shall hold. I see.
It's like, that doesn't make the game easier. Like, just little heads-up information pop-ups don't make the information easier. It makes the game more accessible, which means you get more players, which means you get more feedback, which means you get a larger fan base, which means, you know, when you go to make a game, a sequel or anything like that, you have a larger audience waiting for that sequel. Ow. Ow. Just minor accessibility changes, and these guys could have such a even larger, even bigger of an audience than they already have. I don't see that as a negative. And I don't see any kind of, I don't see how that would casualize the game more. Making information more understandable. Your systems should be understandable. Was there anything up this way? Yes, there was. We need to come over here real quick so we can talk to him one more time. No, Elden Ring doesn't even explain it to you. When I get to the round table hold, I could literally go to improve my weapon, and if I wanted to change it like a base weapon into intelligence, it still wouldn't tell me. If I swapped over to like something else. In fact, remember I tried to do that with the shield. I was like, what's this do? What does sturdy mean? We did that yesterday because it just didn't tell me. So it's not gonna casualize the game. It's not gonna make it easier. It just makes the systems that you have in place understandable and easy to work with. It doesn't change that the combat's difficult or challenging or anything like that. It just makes it so that people can understand how to play the game or how to interact with your weapon systems.
I suppose you must. Oh, indeed, it is a foul one must be found, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take. I'm sorry I haven't the of the great killer now, but a true. I must begin for a true.
Okay, so now I need to come back over here. I think I can go up that way to... let's go this way. Am I thinking the right thing? I am, yes. Alright, give me just a quick second. I'm gonna go grab some more tea, and when we get up past this hill, I'm going to explain to you who I think is the single character in all of the Souls games that makes them all one world. They're all connected. I'll be right back. I'm back. Actually, it's really ironic that I'm wearing what I'm wearing right now, too, but we'll see why in a second. Okay, so these games are all one world. Maybe different timelines, but still just one world. I'm going to do my best to prove it to you. I like doing this because I circumvent the wolves. This is one of the first NPCs you meet in the entire game. And she's part of how I can prove this. How I think I can prove this, okay? Say hello to Roderica, right? Look at the colors that Roderica is wearing. She is wearing white, and she is wearing red. Now I'm gonna go through all of her stuff first.
Only to have their arms, did you know? It's quite a lot. You're all on and heading to entice wild that, but I don't have. It's scary. I want on nothing. I know. Can you tell? The poor thing. And they'll be glad. It was a tell them I love you and finally get you. It was tell them I love and finally get you.
Okay, so Roderica is wearing red and white, okay? I think the one character that is in every single game is a singular outer god named Mercurial. Now hear me out, okay? I'm gonna take it step by step. Because I'm not gonna say this is it and this is, you know, official. Because I haven't played Sekiro and I haven't played Bloodborne. What the heck? When did this guy ever get here? Okay, I hit the dodge button, but and I dodged, but it said no, I guess. Oh, I went the wrong way. Did I? I went way off to the right. Never mind. So, I think that there's one outer god trying to bring chaos. Or not chaos, well, bring chaos under control. And is trying to put this world in order. Alright? When I say that, Mercurial is trying to do this through balance. And I think Elden Ring is actually the precursor to all the other games. So, Mercurial is a god who is both red and white, both male and female, and is basically the epitome of both. It represents balance. In Elden Ring, you get the Mercury-looking slimes, right? Which is what Mercurial is, Mercury. It's alchemical. In the Mercurial design, the male is the male is white, the female is red, always. Even in this outfit you see right now is red and white. I didn't do this intentionally for these purposes, but it just turns out that way. Roderica's story, she's wearing white and she's wearing red. When she makes her transition, she goes to red. She has her, her cloak and everything like that. And on the opposite side of the hall from her is the smith, who is also white, creating things. When you look at things like Mesmer, okay? Mesmer, his snakes start off red. When he transforms, and starts using basically void power to summon snakes and stuff like that. By the way, Mercurial, if you're wondering, that sign for the doctors where that has the staff and the two snakes going around it, yeah, that's Mercurial for balance. But when Mesmer goes from first phase to second phase, he goes from red snakes to white snakes. And now all of a sudden the white snakes are coming from a void. And when you look inside of his eye during the cutscene, it's a void with a serpent coming, like, kind of in there. Then you have the transition of Radagon, red, to Marika, white, gold, etc. It is in every single FromSoft game that I have played. Every single one. Even like when you face the Elden Beast, you have the trees that you later find out are also in Dark Souls. You have to go to Ash Lake to see them. But here's the thing. Elden Ring has multiple endings, but every single ending, I think, is a different timeline for the exact same world. So if you get Ronnie's ending, you basically make everybody forget about the Outer Gods. So what can happen after they forget about the Outer Gods? You get, I think, Bloodborne. Nobody remembers the Outer Gods. It's a time of perpetual night, because I had to ask one of my friends about Bloodborne over the weekend. But it's a time of perpetual night, and your character apparently becomes what? At the end of Bloodborne? An Outer God. And then you have the... what is it called? The flame ending. What's the flame ending called? It's like Chaos Flame ending or something like that. It burns away basically all immortals, all souls, and stuff like that. And apparently, because my friend also played Demon Souls is about a world where all the immortals and all of the spirits and all of that were like burned away, and now you're in a world of perpetual fog. You have the Order ending, which there's like 2 or 3 of them, which are all essentially the same thing, which initiates the Dark Souls series, where there's the balance of we need to continue this flame, and then we need to have a season of darkness. It's back and forth, back and forth. Even in Dark Souls, we met the 2 different snakes. By the way, that's Mercurial. 2 different snakes. You know? Light, dark, male, female. One of them's telling you, hey, light the fire. The other one's telling you, hey, Age of Darkness. They don't care actually which one you do. They just need you to do it because it perpetuates the system. So I don't think any character in Elden Ring and any character in Dark Souls actively is a character in all the other games. You have like Patches that shows up, obviously, and apparently the Smith. But I think the one way you can tie them all together is through Mercurial. It's in every single game. It's on tons of the shields that I noticed while I was playing through Dark Souls. Alchemical symbols and stuff like that. White and black shields, red and white shields. You see those all throughout Dark Souls because it's a constant. And when I was asking you about Bloodborne, the reason I was asking you about Bloodborne is because the one thing that I was not sure about, I asked my friend. In Bloodborne, you need mercury to make bullets in Bloodborne. Which means in every single game, you need mercury to do something. Apparently, there's also something in Sekiro that uses mercury. And Sekiro apparently also has like this little gourd thing, and when it explains the gourd and stuff like that, it shows you the top is red, like inside of it has like red energy, and the bottom has white energy. So I think there's an outer god that connects all of them. I think Elden Ring is the start, and the other series are the alternate timelines based on your choice. Wow, he just knocked me right the fuck out of that, didn't he? Damn. Oh, that didn't hit him somehow? There we go. But that's what I think. I think all of the games are actually connected. I think they are all one world, but I think the Dark Souls and the Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, I think they're all just different choices that you make in Elden Ring. Because all of the trees in Elden Ring are supposed to be different possibilities or different worlds. And then when you go into like Dark Souls and you see those same trees as the foundational pillars of the world, I think what you're seeing is those trees that have lost their light or weren't chosen or something like that. I don't know if it makes sense to you. I don't know if it holds up, but I think that's the... I think in my mind it works. Because it's the same symbology pushed through basically every story. Even in, man, what was it? I can't remember off the top of my head. But I don't think it's, like I said, it's not an overt character. It's a subdued character doing things to try and bring order to the world. That's why you have like a patches in every timeline. You have little things that are the same in every timeline. But I think Elden Ring was like the precursor. I think it was the prequel to all the games. I think that's why it's not as linear as well. I think that was kind of a purposeful choice. Get wrecked, nerd. I also know that when I'm forcefully dismounted, I'm about to be invaded. I've learned that. I'd be willing to bet that if you looked around the games and stuff like that, you could probably find symbols of Mercurial in the game. Like the staff with the snake. I'm willing to bet that you could probably find that somewhere. Few shields. Well then, yeah. Because those have a very specific meaning. What's up, homie?
My thanks, 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack on the old pop. Give it your all, I say.
Oh, first try. I don't think I'm too far off. Huh. I don't think I ever noticed that merchant before. Learned something new. It's Vampire Hunter D. Alright. Son of a bitch. Suck it, bitches. Death Root. You didn't get the Ice Lightning spell or Ice Lightning Katana. I don't think so. They don't sound familiar anyway. But then again, no faith spell is going to sound familiar to me, mostly because I have never really looked into them before this playthrough. Turtles! Everybody likes a chill turtle. Where is the quest where you get like the blue dancer sword or something like that? I think that's one dungeon I've literally never ever found.
Another fool who won't listen with a prowess for weeding Deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength? If you're inclined to hunt, then I'll introduce you to the I have a matter of my own, the beast. What say you? Very well. Mark the location. It will lead you to...
And there's one more invasion over this way. Yeah, I don't think I've ever found it. I've heard about it, and I know it probably comes, I'm gonna say probably, I don't know. It's in a dungeon. Because I've heard about it, but I don't think I've ever found the dungeon, and I think the dungeon's supposed to be in this first general area, right? Like, isn't it supposed to be a Limgrave dungeon?
Forgive me. To determine if you had... It seems torrent, whereas I merely preterist, but I can take gathering place.
Well, actually, we can check to see if it's the talisman or not. It must be the sword. Alright, we have cleared out Limgrave. Hold. What are we holding for? Ooh, we need to come over here real quick and talk to Bach again. High Road Cave. Let me talk to Bach real quick and then we'll...
What made my mum? And that's how I always wanted to. Thank you very God. I always wanted. Thank you very. I always.
Near the wall. High Road Cave. I'm guessing you mean this wall. I have death-touched catacombs. That's all I have. Maybe something there? Near the Death Touch Catacombs side. Over here? Hold on, I'm just looking for the, can't find it. Okay, so to the right of the catacombs. Kinda in the water. So somewhere over here-ish? I'm gonna have to go that way because that's a cliff. There's two possibilities, I think. There's the spring, and then there... Oh, okay, it's the spring. Oh, there it is. This is just tucked away at the very edge of the map, isn't it? Well, this would be a first for me. Because I've never gone through this dungeon. Oh! Oh, okay, well... It's a committed dungeon, isn't it? Okay, let's check around this real quick. Nothing. Okay. Magic clutch ring? Wait. There's no rings in this. So I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, that keeps going down. Talisman? I don't know. Magic Scorpion. Raises magic attack but lowers damage negation. Okay. I don't think players enjoy the parkour as much as I think the devs enjoy putting parkour into the games. How am I missing these three wolves? I liked Ronnie's questline. I don't know why I didn't do it the last time I went through the game. I'd like to try and get the gold mask ending. I tried for it last time, but I failed to do something, and I don't know what I failed to do. But last time, the first time I did the Ronnie's ending, not intentionally, it just worked out that way. This isn't that bad of a dungeon. Shamsir. No, my gosh, almost died there, I'm pretty sure. Land octopus ovary, strip of white flesh. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and pop. Dang! There we go, Blue Dancer Charm. Nice, thank you. How many puppets? I think I got all of the puppets. No, I didn't get the Dung Eater puppet. I don't even know what that talisman I just got does. I'm just curious. Raises attack power with lower equipment load. Okay, so it's kind of like the opposite of the... Okay. It would be cool to have Dungeoner on my side. Alright, so we have conquered all of Limgrave. It is now time to go and push through Stormgrave Castle. Do what now? Not Caelid yet, no. Oh, I didn't mean to rest, but whatever. There we go. Yes, I delivered the letter. Still need like 20,000. Yeah, she was dead. But I think we see her after we get through the castle. Because her dad was like, oh no, she died.
Come over here, would you? It's tightly got. The guard still breaks the cat. Yeah, you're just type.
Oh yeah, he locks us in, doesn't he? Okay, that's okay. I hate the birds so much. I'm sure they do. That's why they attack me. Hey guys. Anyone? There we go, thank you. Hello. Ow. You know, I think I've come up with an impossible, challenge run to do. I don't think any player in the world can do it. I don't think the best players in the world can do it. So, you see all these environmental things right here? That even just dodging back breaks, right? Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to answer a phone call and book a room for somebody. Ooh, banished knight armor. It's actually pretty nice. I think I have to leave the skinny guy alone and alive if I want to do what's her name's quest line, which is a shame because I really hate him. I don't know what he has to do with her quest line, honestly, but oh my gosh, I hate him so much. Like, if it wasn't for her, I would just outright kill you right now, dude. The thing for the one guy. Which thing? Retake his fort, you mean? Whoops. I forgot about that. Yes, I retook the fort, I went and talked to him, and now he's looking for a new lord for the area. Silver! Made me get back. When were you here? As far as I know, you just arrived. Also, welcome. It's great to have you again. The skinny guy here in the mansion, or at the start of the castle. He locks you in with the knight and stuff like that. Since like 3? Oh my gosh, I don't remember you saying hi or anything. I might have missed it, to be fair. I remember that dude. Man, I remember my first playthrough, just getting up here took me like 20-30 attempts trying to get through all these guys. Do you like the drip, Silver? Wait, if you've been here since 3, that means you either had the day off or left early. Oh, did you? I'll go and look at it. Fighting off a cold? Well, I mean, that's at least responsible of you. I honestly wish, like, see, like, when, trying to think, my whole thing when we had employees, because we don't use employees anymore, it's just, we figured out we could run it ourselves and not have to, you know, pay people to run it. But when we had employees, if one of our employees was sick that day and they, you know, called in letting us know, if they brought like a doctor's note or something like that saying, you know, they went to see the doctor and this is what they prescribed or something like that, we'd give them half a day's pay. A, because, you know, you can't help getting sick, and B, because thank you for at least being responsible enough to not bring that here, you know? There, I'll just do like that. Yep, that's true. If you weren't so far away, I would have let you work there. Like, it wasn't so much like we decided not to have employees, it's like they just kind of started to move on, you know, like you naturally do from jobs. And as we were picking up the slack, we realized that it wasn't really that much slack to pick up. So we just kind of made the decision to just run it ourselves. Like in the summer, we're considering hiring maybe 1 or 2 people for the afternoons, but that's about it. Like Crafty and I are considering working till about like 4 in the afternoons and then letting employees pick up hours afterwards. Isn't there was something where you drop down? Yeah, here it is. Okay. There we go. Wrong thing. I'm pretty sure I hit that, but okay. And then there's one more. Was there not one more? Was it always just the one? I could have swore there was a second one. 2 of which swords? Oh, the sword I'm using right now? I mean, I guess if it drops again. Oh yeah, you're right. We kill Rykard and we can get it again. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the fireball. You just kick me in the face? Jerk. No alerting anybody for you, son. There's one more guy over here, hold on. Okay, so... Hold on. It wasn't across here, was it? I don't think so. Was it down? I think it was. This way. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So it's there. But what we want is kind of like over here with the bird. Stupid birds. Never mind then. Wasn't worth it. Okay, so then we hop back over this way. Over here. Drop. Drop again. There we go. Banish Night Greaves. Shoot! Damn! Okay, calm down. Woo! Oh, okay, wait. Is this where we drop down to do the... No? Huh. Where's the eager beaver that was running over this way? Let's come back down here. Collect stuff and things. Alright, so we're gonna level up. I know it'll respawn the ballista guys, but still. There we go. It's one of those get down here so I can kill you sort of deals. Alright. How much... How much equip load does this actually increase my equip load by? Arsenal charm +1. There's at least one. Increases equip load by 17%. Wait, so if I take this off, hold on. Yeah, I need it on still. Because if not, I'm heavy rolling. Okay. What about it? I mean, I already do use it for... Wait, is it a talisman? Success? Okay. Well, let's see. Nope, I still fat roll. I guess if I... Hold on. There we go. I take off the shield. Weapon alert? What do you mean? Oh. There we go. other way. It's gonna be like the world's luckiest dog. Okay, we have the chrysalids memento. So now we can come back over here.
Pleasure to see you. Is what I love. What's this? Keepsake. My men. Oh, I can't. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me. I think I'll head to the round table hole. Perhaps I'll find my. I think I'll head. Perhaps I'll.
Okay, so we got that, and then we come back to that same one. Oops, wrong way. Is it Gateside? No, not Gateside. Cliffside. Rampart Tower. Hold on just a second. There we go. And now we come back over here. Pull this. Isn't there supposed to be a... Oh. Well, okay then. There we go. Where was it? Where was it? Was it for... Oh, back up? And then... Guy threw a bottle of jelly on me. Alrighty. My hide has been draited. Officially. Okay, this was it, right? It was...
Bitch, I'm adorable.
Alright, so we come over this way. Where was it? Am I... I going crazy? Where was that drop down to fight that worm? We do need to go back this way anyway, because we need to talk to, Rodrigo, I think his name is? The first, like, sorcery trainer guy who's over in, Round Table Hold. Can't remember if there was a shiny out there or not. There's not. Okay.
The pleasure's mine. I'm looking for it when I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But this place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. Not exactly a place I'd strike. I see. You can see it. Well, I'm tarnished, but unlike still. I'm privy to... Would you care to look as a fellow... The battle art you learned, they were conceived in the past. Fascinating that the golden ore with the order of such adaptability is more.
Okay. Let's come back around this way. Wait, it's up here. Right? The worm drop down is up here. Or not? I guess not. Where's that drop down? I am racking my brain, but I can't remember where it is. I remember it's off to the side. Coffee and biscuits. Wait, who said you could take a break? That's one of my yogurts. Blueberry. Blueberry and strawberry yogurts are my favorite. Gotcha. Anything behind it? No? Okay. Bless you. God damn. Okay. Down here? Rats punch way above their waist, way above their weight class in this game. Basically in every game. Hey, a second Godslayer seal. Was it here? What? Guys, come on, help me out here. What am I missing? Where's the drop down for that, to, kill that dragon? Or the sentinel, tree sentinel thing in the bottom? I'm losing my mind here thinking Because this just takes me back to the start. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Alright, we're back. I don't want to pull that down yet. We're gonna go up top ways. I know the birds, but still. The birds should just be a starter boss.
Be proud. You were a fine warrior. Well, I am telling you, everyone told me how utterly this grafting of Godric's ill, but he's tainted the vote. If you intend, I ask you call it the winds run. I'm certain fab. Apologies. As fellow tarnished, we must each stand whatever weight. Apologies. As fellow down whatever.
Okay. Instead of the Godric Knight? What do you mean? I'm still looking for that drop down. Oh, yeah. The bird instead of the Godric Knight? Yeah. Was it over here? Because I remember there was... Oh, it's... I think I found it. I found it. Right here. Should be like right in here. This should start leading down towards it. Like over this way.
Yeah, and I forgot. I sent you a message. I'm like, I forgot. I grabbed everything. No, it was literally just. Okay, thank you.
Manor Tower Shield. think it's this, but I might be wrong. I remember just taking a ladder down.
We have some chicken.
This is it. Okay, let me go open the door to the area first. Cause, yep, there it is. Okay. Oh no! Darn. There we go. This is it. This has got it. Yes, I did. It's the first thing I did, really. No worries, man.
Okay, so this just needs to boil for about 20 minutes. I started it as soon as I got home. What happened to the microfiber towels you bought? They're in the whole closet. That's like a good thing to know. I just thought about it.
Ow. Ow. Oh shoot. It's got me in its mouth? No, I just couldn't see myself. Cool. Nice. Okay. Tanky. Yeah, pretty much. Prince of Death's pustule. Make sure we see the little thing. And now we climb. And climb, and climb, and climb. No, it isn't. I'm glad I have it now, though. We're gonna go ahead and summon what's-her-name, because we want to be able to continue her storyline.
I'm sure.
See, even what he says right there, we'll return to our homes bathed in rays of gold, is a mercurial reference. All right, up we go. Is it wrong of me to suggest that Cyrus might be shooting a little too high for his first job post-college?
Yeah. It's not.
I understand he wants to start off strong, but it's asking a lot.
Yep. Especially for this area.
Yeah.
My name is Hayata. If I might be so, would you donate my eyesight? When I eat, it will lead me.
I don't know if you saw the TikTok I sent you.
Hmm?
I don't know if you saw the TikTok I sent you.
Not
But
yet.
there is an Elden Ring manga.
Elden Ring what?
Manga.
Oh, is there? That's cool.
It's supposed to be a little more comedic. With like all the art style. You can watch the thing. I just saw Elden Ring manga and thought you'd be interested. Oh.
Hey, there's Bach.
Oh my god.
We still need to go to the round table hold.
my back hurts so bad.
Oh, welcome to the round table. I teach England explore so that one can sure way. You do, most tarn you are well. Bad. It's incantation. Very well.
We've got that, got. Don't have this one. Got that. Got that. Got them all so far. Good.
Gotta catch them all?
Gotta collect all the spells.
You haven't gone to well. Just as long. I'm well. The honor anyway.
Has that sad still been helping?
I think it's starting to wear off, but it's helped throughout the day.
We meet. I apologize for any of so. Well done. Something to mark. As you might have guessed, no need to be. The misshapen. That is as it happened. Someone stole a fan on a bitter night. That was the fan it became. I once wished the world as you'd better understand. I urge you. D is an old. We should not put our paths of sin. So that's hard.
The guy by the table sells stuff? Which guy by the table? D? Or are you talking about, what's his name over here?
Oh, this I can't remember very well. It is safe. Allow me or you at a house to remember you. There's nothing.
I never knew, although I'm still looking. Oh, and please allow me to bring you that it was as if I was a husband. It's all a bit, I'm still looking.
You're in you, no matter. Lay out you. Look how she has a gift. I saw another one there. I see she's nothing special. Trapped. That's always. No, well, no grudge in my being a pretty sight. Despite my differences, the weapons decide.
Now, let's come over this way. Alright. I guess we can go and do the drop down, right? I think that's Alliance only.
I'm playing an Alliance character.
Okay. There we go. Greymane annoys you?
Yeah.
Why does Greymane annoy you?
He's overly aggressive.
I mean, he can't really help it.
He just annoys me. Just like Varian Wind annoyed me.
Wait, like, how... Up to what... Cypher Peta? What the hell is that? Up to what point in the story have you... gotten when it comes to Greymane?
I know his child was killed and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I know he has reason for it. It's one of those Tom Hanks situations that he just pisses me off. There's not... He just annoys me by merely existing. The Alliance could use some of their leaders killed off. Now I like the Dwarven leader and
Which one?
Magni? No. The king of the Ironforge dwarves.
Magni.
Yeah. I'm cool with him.
You did the new dwarves storyline, right?
No.
I thought you did.
That expansion just pissed me off.
If you do that, Magni comes back, like, well, I guess in the new expansion you're going to see him anyway, but you get to see him come back to being flesh and blood again.
It's like, I like him. I don't like the gnomes on principle, but the leader of what gnomes are left are fine. Gnomes are just annoying. The mecha gnomes are extra annoying. Tyrande needs to die. But that's just my personal opinion.
I wish they told you if you had this or not. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it. Mini NPC quest lines. I'm gonna try. I'm not too worried about it. I just, you know. The shortcut to Kaled? You're talking about the shortcut to the city area? To the Beast Sanctum. Yes. Yes, I do. I just want to collect some of the, some more of the death root before I go. No, can't say I do. Not off the top of my head, anyway. Alright, so... come over here and hug this wall. There it is. There we go. Yes, I've been to Jar Village in my first playthrough. I don't think I got there in my second playthrough, though. Hold on. Is that a way to actually climb up instead of go down? Dang it. Come on now. Come on. That's almost... come on. I know I could just go over that way, but I'm curious about this path. Yes, okay. That's cool. I don't recall invisible people. Fire Monk's prayer book has got to be something that I can give to the one guy so he can teach me new spells. Bats. It's Best Girl.
Hello. It's rather chilly here, isn't it? My mistress sent me off on an errand, but I was accosted by a woman. Now I'm in a bind. Could I ask you to lend a hand? Perhaps. That thug is a precious necklace. I need someone to retrieve it. Only he too is tarnished. If you've any qualms confronting your own, I shall find another. Oh, thank you dearly. What a blessing that we've met like this. The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back.
Alright, let's go. Then, depending on the time of day it is, by the time we head back that way, I might be able to take out the Deathbird at the same time. Which would be convenient.
What are you looking at? You trying to start something, mate? Show me, and I'll consider part. I'm not in love with it. You're a shrewd chief. First.
Alright, let's go. Todd's going crazy with the emotes and stuff.
In
at least.
Hmm.
Said it smells good at least.
Yeah. Okay, so we got that done. I guess we can start going back this way to get this dungeon and then work our way up and around back down there. Down there. Having to wonder if Detrius is alright because he hasn't streamed in a few days. He must be sick again. Hope everything's alright with him. What?
Person goes, it's true, violence isn't the answer.
Violence is basically always the answer. What are they talking about?
Right?
Most problems do go away with violence.
Or problem would probably be solved with violence.
That's also a good way of looking at it. Will violence solve this problem? The answer is pretty much always yes. Will the threat of violence solve this problem? The answer is almost always yes.
Oh my god. Did they bring that back?
Yeah, they did.
The original American's not going.
Where'd that come from, Ramza? Also, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day.
We're doing it live. So like it comes on tonight at 8.
Honestly, I don't know why they don't teach kids that violence does solve most of life's problems. It seems irresponsible. I mean, I understand why they don't teach that anymore. Because we've gone from a mostly feudal, like, we've gone from feudal society where, yes, violence is the answer and the deterrent and everything like that. But, like, into a world where you can be sued and financially crippled for visiting violence upon a person, but government knows that violence is the answer because the only solutions government have to any problem is to send a person with a gun to your house and be like, all right, cool, how are we gonna do this? Because I'm going to be violent one way or the other. The question is, who am I being violent to? Or are you guys wanting me to skip the violence and you're going to start being good boys and girls again? Seen some prison documentaries. That's a different type of violence. That's a basic enemy layer. Yeah. The clean rot night. So I used to work, Silver knew me back when I used to work at the local county jail. Okay. I didn't work as a prison guard, I worked commissary. Which means I was the person who, like, they would order, like, snacks and supplies and stuff like that from. They would have to be given money so that they could order that stuff. And, that makes me a pretty popular person in the jail. Because you only get commissary once a week. Meaning, I was one of the people who you didn't want to upset because I had no obligation to be there. Your day, your pod's day was that day, and if someone tried threatening me or anything like that, I could just leave and just not come back for another week. And there would always be somebody new to the jail when I'd go in, and they wouldn't understand that the commissary dude is one of the dudes in the jail that you just don't mess with, because hey, everybody wants their commissary. They want their snacks, they want their writing supplies and stuff like that, you know? However, people would also use commissary as a sort of monetary system, we'll say. So, you know, you do a favor for somebody, you're going to get them a honey bun later for commissary or something like that. It got to the point where I was very efficient. You can ask Crafty, one of the guards comes in every so often to do one of our escape rooms, and he's like, we really need him to come back. Because the way I did commissary, I made it super efficient. I would take all the bags out and write down like whose name was first, whose name was second. You know, I didn't want to be there all day, just like the guards didn't want to deal with it all day. And by doing this, I could be like, okay, these are the next 10 people. Make sure they're in line. But when I would come by, I was very fair. You know, I'd count out your stuff, you'd accept it, and you'd go. We'd make it very efficient. We'd make, you know, if there were things that we didn't have, we would do replacements. Because sometimes the company would do like, oh, we're gonna do this special like Christmas bag or whatever, but they wouldn't always send us the stuff that came in the Christmas bag, so, you know, we'd have to do substitutions every now and again. And people would be like, really hype about Commissary Day, because, you know, that's when they get all their stuff. But sometimes you'd get, like, the new jackass in the pod who's gonna be like, I'm gonna try and intimidate this person who's not in the prison system. I'm gonna, you know, this and that. I'm gonna talk shit and whatnot. I just be like, hey guys, you might want to shut this dude up because I'm about to leave. And they would. They'd shut him up pretty quick too. And every so often, like, just to make things run faster, I would have like a helper who, like, one of the prisoners from the pod would just be like, okay, I'm just gonna, you know, give me James or whatever. You know, let James help me out today. And I'd bring like an extra soda or something for whoever helped me out. Like in D Block, which is where they have most of the guys who are in there for like really serious shit. The guy they gave me to help out, Devon, was a convicted murderer. Like, he killed 3 people. But he was cool with Commissary Dude. You know? It's like, we just hang out while I was going through the pod. And I'd give him the list, and I was like, okay, this is everybody that's got stuff today. Make sure they're ready, because I need to be able to get through this. Can't you get up on top of that tower? You have to be able to get up on top of the tower somehow. How'd you get up on top of the tower? Oh, never mind.
I got something you can get on top of.
I mean, I've got something you can get on top of. And then down to the bottom of it, and then back to the top. You can just climb up and down. But, like, there's one time in C Block where, I called this one dude's name, I have all this stuff out, and he watches me, like, count out all this stuff.
Phrasing?
There's no phrasing. That was very blatant. But he has, like, I count out all the snacks and supplies and stuff like that. And I was like, all right, there you go. And he goes, no, I'm not taking this. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I don't want this. I was like, did you not order this? He goes, no, I didn't order this. I don't want it. And, I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll take it back then, you know? And he turns around, and this dude is staring down at him and just hauls up and punches him in the face. Just straight, you can hear his nose break, right? And he turns around and goes, you know what, on second thought, I will take that. Apparently, he had promised this guy some stuff, and the guy realized that he didn't put in an order for the stuff that he had promised. So he put in an order with the guy's name and everything like that on the bubble sheets that we have them fill out. And he was going to be like, no, I don't want it. And usually there's like an officer or something nearby, and I turn and look at the officer, he's like, I didn't see shit. I was like, alright, cool. So I look at the guy and I was like, so you're taking this, right? And he goes, yeah, I'll take this. It's like, okay, don't waste my time again. Yes, sir. It's just like what it boiled down to. Did I use the teleporter to get to Kaylee? Wait, what? To get my best good? Which one are you talking about? I don't know. Maybe? Oh, no, I haven't gone to the clergyman yet. I've only got one death route. I'm gonna grab a few more death route before I go there. I don't want to just go in with one. Speaking of which, I can just run this way real quick and grab another one. Yeah, that's true. There was one time that they were planning on doing like a big prison riot in C Block. And one of the guys told me, he's like, just don't come around this day because, you know, this is what's going to happen. And I was like, you're going to do that on Thursday? He's like, yeah. You know, because if you're good to the guys, they're going to make sure that you don't get hurt or anything like that. You know, prisoners aren't inhuman. They take care of people who take care of them, right? I was like, you realize today's Thursday as well, right? He goes, what do you mean? I was like, Thursday's your commissary day. Why would you do that on your commissary day? And he goes, oh, fuck. Fuck, we gotta reschedule. It's just like, yeah, you might want to. Also, you know I'm obligated to tell the guards now, right? He goes, oh, come on, man, you won't do that. I was like, I don't want to accidentally get hit or, you know, brought up in those things. I was like, if you can just tell me the day you're quote-unquote not going to, that'd be great. That way I can at least say I told them, and then you guys can schedule it for another day. A day that I'm not going to be here. It's like, alright, hold on. So, they waited. They waited for a week for me to come back on their next commissary day. And the dude's like, alright, so it's going to be on this day instead. I was like, okay. I'm going to tell the guards that day. Where is this dude? Hello? He's got to stay, like, in the water, right? Oh, nope, there he is. Wow, way up there. Okay. Nope. As soon as I find him, he's gone again. Okay, I see him now. I was telling him, I was like, it doesn't make sense to do that on a day you want something to happen. There we go. I was like, if you're, I even told him, I was like, if anything else, you know, like, if anything else, do it on Friday. That way you at least have all your stuff that you want. Because they will lock you down, and you know that. Also, Magnus, I didn't so much convert to melee. I was kind of forced to do it through Dark Souls, but I'm doing a paladin run this time around. But I didn't tell them just to do it on Friday because, you know, then they'd have all their stuff. To get to D Block, which was my Friday stop, and D Block was, you know, the especially violent members. I did them on Friday, but to get to D Block, you had to go through C Block. So if C Block had a little riot on Friday, it would mean I get to go home early on Friday because, you know, can't get to D Block. Whoops. Oh no. Then there was like this one guy, super hot-headed in D-Block. The one thing you don't have to worry about in D-Block is anybody approaching you, except for, you know, the one person that helps me, because they're all in their own individual cells. And they're like these big metal cells with like little window slats. Like, they're not going anywhere. But this one guy, I don't know what his problem was. He was always super angry. I mean, granted, he's in prison. That might be it. But when he first got there, the first day he got there, D-Block has a lot of restrictions. Like, you can only order one of any given thing, especially when it comes to objects that aren't food, like notebooks, pens, and stuff like that. And he'd ordered like 4 notebooks, 4 pens, 4 things of soap, 4 this, 4 that. And I came in with 1 of each, because we had to change out his sheet to be compliant with the jail's rules. And he's like, I ordered more than this. And I was like, yeah, I know that. I was like, but because of the block you're in, you know, I explained the whole thing to him. He goes, no, that's bullshit. I want my stuff. I ordered this stuff. So I get my stuff. I was like, yeah, no, that's not how it works. We have to comply with, you know, we have to comply with the jail's rules. He's like, fuck you, motherfucking cracker ass bitch. And I looked at him, I was like, dude, you're white too. What are you talking about? Why are you calling me a cracker? You're white. He goes, bitch, you know what I'll do? I'll fuck you up. I was like, oh yeah, do it. You know, I'm just standing outside this giant metal cell while he's trying to talk to me through this little, like, slat of a window. And he's like, do it. I was like, do it. So he starts slamming his forehead into this giant metal door with the little window slat, and he knocks himself out. Oh, I didn't work for corrections, I worked commissary. This was years ago, though. It's because he's white he can say that? I guess. But he just, like, he knocked himself out. And it's just like, alright. I looked at the guard who was there, and he's just like, we'll take him to medbay once you're gone. He was in no hurry to help that dude. And I can't really blame him. Oh, you don't want to stick around, dude? And you just like... It's his word. At least you know that the culture that's in it, you know, that's in the jails and stuff. You know it. You know exactly. Like, that is probably something he said. Like, I can say that because I'm white. But, like, after he knocked himself out, one of the other guys who was also in D block kind of like pushed his face up to his window. He's like, Kelly, you're not going, are you? Not because of that, jackass. You're not going to leave early, are you? I was like, nah. You guys are cool. You guys have been cool. You guys have been trying to tell him to shut up. It's like they were so concerned that I was just going to leave. There. He was annoying me. That's all you can do here at this point, right? Because if you go up the ladder, I don't think there was anything up on the ladder. Well, there might be. I'll go check. I have tons of weird stories. From my time in the Coast Guard, guy set himself on fire. That was fun. Hurricane Katrina relief. That was an interesting time. What's up, bitches?
I'm sorry. It's okay. Just like, no.
Did not expect all this lore.
There are babies here somewhere.
I've had a very interesting life. I was stationed in District 1 in the Coast Guard, which meant that I also got to be one of the first people to train for aerial insertion for boarding teams. That was fun. That basically translates to jumping out of a helicopter on a rope to get onto a small boat so that you could, you know, board a vessel. The left side of my jaw pops now because during a boarding at one time, just a standard safety inspection, like you do for fishing boats and stuff like that, to check to make sure that they have all of their life jackets and stuff like that on board. Some guy hauled off and hit me with a wrench and slightly dislocated my jaw. So now my jaw pops if I open it too wide.
Mine does too.
Yes, but that's for a wholly different reason.
Because my jaw dislocates on its own.
Well, I was just gonna say because, you know...
Shut up.
I was trying to compliment myself, damn it. Subtly.
You don't do subtle.
Do I not?
No.
Oh. Wait, we want to go this way. Could tell you about the time I brought home, well, me and my brothers brought home a alligator turtle when we were kids.
Snapping turtle.
Prison YouTube channels? What, like live action, just prisoners meandering about during their day sort of channels? Or is it like prison story channels? I like to think that... Oh, people telling stories? Oh, okay. I like to think that I've led at least a semi-interesting life.
So they got 5 chefs competing. We're doing a total of 180 minutes.
God damn.
And they have what's called the Chillin pantry that has over 500 ingredients. watch if they don't answer you real quick. They're pretty good. It's like these two huge cubes. Oh.
It wouldn't be hard to find one down here. They're pretty common. This is the jumper. I don't like that one. Oh, it woke up.
No, it hasn't.
I mean, you haven't... Never mind. I was gonna be subtle, but you said I'm not subtle, so... Wait, where's the run up? Isn't it? Okay, there it is. I just missed it. Derp. Are you liking your shirt?
Yeah, I got complimented on it at Walmart by an older man. He's like, that's something I can get behind.
Did he say he would vote for you?
Yeah.
Alright, so we come over here. There we go. There's a way down to this, I think, around here. Yep, this way. Erdtree avatars are basically just the fat demons from Dark Souls without the flying move. No! No! Dang it. I messed that jump up. That's okay, I have the... I have the Site of Grace or the Stake America, whichever. Oh no! Boo, no! Not like this, Boo. Not like... Boo, get out of it! Yeah! No, you stupid cat! That's such a good soundbite.
I just hate that I'm cackling in the background.
I think it adds to it. It's fantastic. I love it. It makes it even better. No, well, there goes all the souls because, yep. Oh well. I know you can get down using these. I'm just being impatient.
Oh, he is a rare.
God dang it. Okay, so we just want to go down that one very narrow path. All right. I don't mind it so much. I think Elden Ring's open world is what kind of lends itself to its accessibility. I think they did a good job translating their game into an open world game. I do believe, however, that the format would needs to be altered just slightly, just ever so slightly, to accommodate for the fact that they do reuse a lot of the enemies as bosses in the smaller dungeons. If they reserved dungeons for either a little bit of extra story or a little bit of extra information, I think it would be okay. See, I'm sort of the same way, where I like exploring, but I don't feel the need to necessarily do everything every single time. I think I get to a point where I'm just like, okay, I've explored enough in an area, you know? Like this time I'm trying to do all bosses, so that's why you see me going through all this, but I think each playthrough, like, for me, each playthrough, if I wasn't on stream, is more of an RP session. Like a personal RP session, where I'm just like, okay, what would this character want to do, see, etc. That way I can limit myself on, like, what all I need to engage with in any given playthrough. Bam! I did. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing with the Fallout remasters. I think really that's all Bethesda needs to start focusing on, is remaking their glory days and not tarnishing their reputation any more than they already have. Would I like to see Fallout 5? Yes. Would I like to see Elder Scrolls 6? Yes. Do I expect those games to live up to the standards that we have of those franchises? Hell no. Hell no. The talent that was there that made those games that came before is just simply not there anymore. Now, could a new generation of game devs be coming in saying, hey, we understand what the problems were with all of this, with these past few iterations. We want to get back to what these things used to be. So we're gonna focus on the, you know, the hard-hitting stuff and not worry about, you know, who we offend or anything like that. If those people came along and, you know, made a Fallout or an Elder Scrolls game and it was back to form, I'd just be like, yeah, heck yeah, more please. But I just don't expect it. I don't expect it to happen. A TV show where the writers don't even bother to understand the source material. That's the worst part. Where one of the directors was literally quoted saying something like, it's impossible to please the fans and you shouldn't even try. It's like, it's not impossible to please the fans. It's really easy to please the fans. Know what you're writing, know the world, stick to the lore. Stop making shit up. It's not that hard. It's pretty easy. That needed to be a longer jump. Luckily, it was only like 3k runes. It's dismissible at this point. Which makes it even more sad when it comes to stuff like the TV show. They're like, oh, the Brotherhood of Steel, who weren't around then, but we're just gonna ignore that. Because Bethesda's fucked up their own timeline when it comes to the Brotherhood of Steel. They're just like, oh, this was a recognizable faction, let's just shove this into every single game now. But, I digress. The Brotherhood of Steel wouldn't see a classic car and destroy it. They'd see a classic car and keep it for themselves because they're the only ones they believe are worthy to actually handle technology, be in charge of technology. It's like the, what is it, the Warhammer show for Amazon that they're working on with Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill's the only reason I think it might be decent. That is true. That is a perfectly true statement as well. Saying that the show is canon and it's leading up to Fallout 5 is probably one of the worst things Todd Howard probably could have said about that show. What you need to do is look at the show's reviews from your fans gauge their reaction. If the reaction is overwhelmingly positive, just be like, hey guys, this is canon. If the reaction from your hardcore fans is, this is absolute dog shit, what the fuck are you doing to this franchise with this show? You can be like, it doesn't have anything to do with the games, don't worry about it. You know, you can actually hold on to your response until you see if people like it or not. I think Todd was a little too gung-ho with this one. I also think Todd has kind of spent any goodwill he had with fans when it comes to stuff now. Uh-oh, missed that. Oh my god, I didn't. Oh my god, I did. See, me personally, if I were hiring writers, to do a show about a video game, I'd be like, have you played this video game before? Because those writers haven't. If the answer is no, you don't get hired to write for this show. If the answer is yes, cool. How many hours, how many playthroughs? If the answer is I probably don't hire you. If the answer is like, oh, I have about, you know, X amount of hours, like, I've played through like maybe 200-300 hours on the, you know, this game over multiple playthroughs. Cool, we can talk now. Oh, well then rip Elder Scrolls 6. Another thing I wouldn't do as a game developer. Hire someone who helped make a dog water game. I mean, just watching some of the scenes from that game, you should be like, I'm sorry, this is a video, this is supposed to be a grim dark fantasy video game? Why are you even talking about that? No one cares. Who is shooting me? Oh, you.
Damn.
On you? I am stuck. I often like fantasize about changes I would make to game franchises if I could buy the companies. Oh my god. They did the Canary so dirty. Smash the crystal. There we go. Yeah, I heard that back in, like, Inquisition was when they kind of first dropped that little tidbit, and you're just like, nope, stop. Stop. We don't want or need that in our grimdark fantasy. Nobody in these worlds has that kind of time or luxury. If they do, your world is not grimdark. Oh shoot, it's already 7. Okay, well. Yeah. That's one. Where are you, turtle? It's 2. Where was the third one? Where was the third one? Oh, right over here. Okay. Yeah, it's, in my opinion, If your characters have enough time to worry about people pretending that they are something that they are not, you are not grimdark. Your setting cannot be that grim if people have that much time to worry about stuff like that. That is a first world luxury issue. Alrighty, well we have hit the 7 o'clock mark, big 5-hour mark, and we didn't actually have to reconnect stream this time. That's amazing. So we're gonna see you all tomorrow. Hope you all have a good one. We're gonna probably punch through the rest of Liurnia of the Lakes and take down Renalia, or Renalia? I can't remember. But you all have a great night.